Welcome back. All right. We are here again. Now, let me go ahead and find all the links I need to post. Got my YouTube one. Let me throw that in the Discord. And to everyone watching later on YouTube, welcome as well. We are going to show you, or I will show you the project in its current state. I have to have so many things on my screen as separate windows. It's kind of annoying. I'm trying to think if there's a better way to do this. Why does my chat disappear if I do that? At what point does it appear? Right there, okay. Nice. Then I can do this. This is fairly messed up. Okay. I think I have all of my windows visible and all of my chats visible. Okay. Maybe that's something I can do in the future to have, because it's really annoying. I have all of my windows on one screen for my chats, my YouTube chat, my Twitch chat, my music, which has to be in the front because it won't autoplay the next song if the window isn't visible, I guess, because I'm using YouTube Studio audio library. And then I also want like to be able to see when my ads are beginning and all that. Anyway, here is the project. We got a lot done yesterday, and we're going to hopefully get a lot done more today. We now have this little tab container, which is nice. We have some icons for, these are placeholder icons. But I should probably make this clickable too. As you can see here, these are still the old triangle foundations. There's some Z fighting, which is kind of annoying. We do have a little bit of weirdness with the outline shader here, but I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, we'll have to just figure out what our plan is. One thing we could do is we could add doorways in. How does this look with on the outside? Okay, that's not too bad. There's a little bit of weirdness on some of these corners, like that. Why is that so much weirder than this? Oh, because it's going into a square foundation. Interesting. I say what we do real quick. Let's go to our square ceiling. Let's do editable children here. Floorboard. We have these materials here. Can I save these? Let's go to wood floor dot blend. Can I go into here and just pull these materials out? Maybe. By the way, we got an ad starting in 4 minutes. Just a heads up. So what I want to do is pull out into here, I guess. Nice, okay. Extract. So now I should be able to go to triangle foundation. And then these posts can be a quick load supports wood. Okay. Now these heights can be 2. And then transform instead of that, -1. And actually we could do height 1.9. And all of these could be like 0.2. -0.2, make them just flat on there. Why are they all lower? Oh, -0.1. Okay, that makes it flat. Okay, and then we can go to triangle ceiling. What happens if we just hide these? Okay, we can keep these. These will probably get changed out. Okay, we got an ad starting on Twitch, just a heads up. Okay, for this, we can grab, I guess, all of these. -0.1. Let's see how this looks. Okay, having the foundation's supports be lower does not work. But I also don't like having them up, so we could probably just move them all in slightly and have them underneath. Because like this, yeah, move them all in, and it looks like we're using that brown still for those supports, so we could just make it consistent. Let's try the ceiling. First we need a wall. Ceiling. Okay, we got a lot of Z fighting there. And it just, it just doesn't line up. So we can't have it move down. Let's see where it is on the square ceiling. Okay. We'll move it back up. These can kind of just go away. And then these can become the brown material. These are all the same size now. 0.18 and 0.18. Whoops. 0.18. Perfect. Okay, so that's already looking a little better than these posts. Negative 2.3. So let's do, or no, 2.3. Let's do 2. That's already on 2. Oh, this is where it gets a little weird. Okay, negative 1.7 here, negative 1.7, and then what was it there? Negative 0.86. I think we can do negative 0.85, and same here. Yeah, I think that'll work. Okay, triangle foundation, boom. Regular foundation, boom. Okay, maybe we change the material back on these. Why was I able to do that? No, do I have problems again? Huh, that was weird. Oh, right here I can do it again. Ah. Well, that's an issue. I can build triangles on top of these foundations. One thing I could do for that is basically if it already has a triangle foundation or a foundation, we can just disable the other foundation or the other connection that sits next to it, but we just need to keep track of that. But that sounds like a bug fix that I don't want to have to worry about currently. Yeah, we just we ignore it for now. And then here, we can grab all three of these. Duplicate them. And do that, because I think our square foundation Mm-hmm. Yeah, then these can have this supports. I think that works. Let's see how it looks visually. The other thing we can do, of course, is we can also just say, like, if the preview is overlapping with another component, then just don't snap to it. Something like that. We'll figure that out for that. But first, let's just take a look and see what we have. Build UI is still incomplete, but we made a little bit of progress. Building components, we can just build more of them. I think that's a good call. We have this already. Let's save as wood window. Okay, and then we can go into wireframe, grab that, Shift D, drag it over here for now. Delete that. Delete that. Okay, save this. Okay, we have components, example previews, wall, base build component. Okay, so this is how we do it. So what we will do is we can take the, I'll just grab the wall. We're going to duplicate this as wood window. Go to wood window. Close out of all these connections. And then we just need to basically switch out the mesh because a window is basically just a wall. Is wall currently listed as a foundation? It should be a wall. Why did that change? That's foundation. Should be triangle foundation. Square foundation should be foundation. Ceiling. Did all of these like get reassigned for some reason? Doorway should be type wall. Or have I just not been using this? Center connection. Yeah, stairways type center connection. Triangle ceiling. Triangle ceiling. Triangle foundation. Wall. Wood window. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess that's working. One thing I could do. This is doorway preview, so let's duplicate this and do wood window preview. And then, okay, we have that. Now I can do that. Delete all of these. Okay, sweet. And then this, quick load. Nope. New shader material. New shader material. Go into this. Quick load our preview shader. And go into this. Quick load. Whoops. Go into this. Quick load our shader material. Okay, now we have a shader for the preview. Okay, so we've added a wood window component. It is the same component type as a doorway or a wall. And now what we need to do is we have our example resources. Let's create a new resource, which is a DS component or build. What is it? DS component resource. Sweet. This is going to be wood window. Now, wood window is a title. Wood window. It is a type of wall. Quick load. Wood window. Preview scene. Quick load. Wood window preview. Okay. Menu icon. We can quick load our pistol. Is rotatable. I don't think these rotate. Okay. Okay. Now I can go to my player. So this is like the full process of adding new components in my system. You need a preview scene, you need a actual scene, and you need to add it to your base builder. Wood window. Boom. Okay. So now that is there. Let's see what happens. Now we have wood window. Perfect. Okay. Not bad. And the collision is just from, let's see, wood window. Oh, we need to call this wood window. Collision is just from this CSG box, which is hidden. Nice, not bad. Okay, now the next thing we do is we can create a angled roof, which I think well, let's just make it first. Wood angled roof. Okay. It needs to go from there to there. Rotate around the X, 45. Rotate around the X, negative 45. Okay. Okay, so now we can grab this one here and just duplicate it. Bring it there. Now, how do we want to do the slats? Okay, these will need to be different. We're just going to delete that. Shift A, cube. Rotate around the X at -45. Oops. Rotate around the X at 45? Okay. Now we set it like that. Something like that. GX. Okay, I don't know how this will all connect and everything, but that's fine. Let's go to here. Okay, materials are already there. Let's save it. Let's jump in. Okay, now we do a create a new scene. This is going to be a 3D scene. We're going to call this wood angled roof. Change type to a base build component. Instantiate this. Perfect. I think this is a ceiling. Okay. Then we need to instantiate some connections. This will be deconstruct connection. We'll put it right there. Happens. Okay. So we have a deconstruct connection. Let's create a new one. This will be ceiling connection. Okay, deconstruct. Oh, we need to add. It accepts deconstruct. Does that stick around? Nice. Okay. This one needs to accept ceiling. We need another one for wall connection. This accepts wall. I don't think we need anything else for this one. So then, example previews. We can duplicate this one, call it wood angled roof preview. Copy this. This is, where's our wood angled roof preview? Okay, it's still called that. So we need to do wood angled roof preview. Need to delete this, okay. Paste this, okay. Sick. How do we do this? Wood window preview. Why is that wood window okay. Wood window preview, okay. Wood angled roof preview. Okay, I'm naming things wrong. Roof preview. Wood window preview needs to be wood window preview. Okay, now when I did the wood window preview, how did I do this? Surface material overrides? Nope, I just did it in the surface of the mesh. Okay, not bad. So now we do the same thing. We go back to our player. Wood angled roof. We gave this a type ceiling. Okay. Which might mean that you can't put a ceiling above it. Let's do a static body 3D here with a collision shape, which will be a box shape of size 4.2. 6-ish. Okay, we need a new one, which will be wood angled ceiling. Let's do this by creating the resource first. Example resources, create new resource, DS component resource, wood angled ceiling. Title, wood angled ceiling. Type ceiling. Scene, quick load. Oh. Let's call this roof. Preview scene, quick load, roof. Menu icon, quick load. We'll do the rifle. Is rotatable? No. Although that could present issues. We will see, I guess. Okay, well that's there. We're going to go to our base builder and do wood, angled, roof, quick load. Oh, we called that. Okay. I want consistent naming if possible. The Van Dev, what's up? How are you? What are you building? I will show you in a sec here. Roof, wood angled roof. Okay, let's see if it works. What am I building? I'm building a kind of cozy survival game. A little bit less on the survival side and more on the home building and cozy side. So, I'll show you. I'm testing out some new build components that may have some issues, so we will see. But right now, the main idea is that you're in a forest at night. You're building a cozy place. This might be a little bit too lit up. I think it should be maybe darker. But yeah. and you're kind of gathering resources and tending to the forest and exploring a little bit. Let's see here. Ceilings. Walls. Okay, boom. We're going to do some walls. Okay, wood angled roof. Okay, there's one that's going the right way. So there is some angling stuff that we will have to figure out. Like right here, these are all just pointed the wrong way. I think we just need to make these rotatable. And it's fine if someone accidentally places like that. I don't care that much. Okay, we can make them rotatable. Nice, something relaxing it's needed in this period. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping is like super chill, you know? This is already, that's not bad. Okay, let's just make it rotatable. I don't care too much if people place things wrong. Rotatable, degrees of rotation, 90. I could also do a separate connection just for them. It is kind of annoying that it doesn't automatically know to snap into the right position. But hey, that's not too bad. Making the player be able to rotate the pieces, giving more freedom without having to handle issues like yours. Try to understand how to place that particular piece in that situation. Yeah, I think it's better to just do that because, I mean, the other thing I could do is lay out my connection points so then they point in a certain direction. But it kind of, I also don't necessarily like that because then, like when you place a ceiling next to another ceiling, these both connect to ceiling places. Which maybe I shouldn't have them connect to ceiling places, to be honest. Because then now you can't place a ceiling here because there's already something there. But the point of that being that these are aligned, these ceiling pieces. So if I try to set the connections to point in the correct direction, then you're going to have these won't line up anymore, the ceiling pieces. So all the boards will just kind of be going in opposite directions and stuff. I am almost wondering if I shouldn't do. Does it matter that you can do that? Yeah, that's fine. And you should be able to do this, but it should, well, you should be able to do that, but then there should also be half walls that you can place. Like angled half walls. Big question is the TTP. If I think about games where you can build structure, for example, a game that I love is Space Engineers, I don't see any problems letting the player do whatever he likes. Yeah, that's kind of true. Naturally, if this doesn't collide with the game design. Yeah, that's... And this is supposed to just be kind of a more creative, cozy game. So I don't mind players breaking things a little bit and doing whatever they want. Because they're trying to make a cool place for themselves, you know. The whole thing is to try to design a cozy cottage life. Like, that's part of it. Sengeki, what's up? How are you, man? Good to see you again. Okay. Now, I could create just another connection type. Could put this on a wall connection, but then you need to be able to place walls on wall connections. So you did some improvements. Yeah, we're building out some more like components. How's the progress going? So far, so good. We're an hour in and we've got angled roof and we've got wood window. These are still not like fully built, obviously. I want to do better models and all that. Our triangle foundations and ceilings could use some work too, but they're getting there. So I really do just kind of need to think about this and see if I should have this on a separate connection. Because basically how my setup works is you have these different types of connections. So deconstruct connection, this is where you can destroy something. Ceiling connection, you just edit this thing over here and it says it accepts ceilings, right? This thing over here, it accepts walls, you can choose. But what I could do is do a separate connection that just connects these wood angled roofs, so then it doesn't make it so you can't, because right now the wood angled roof is on the ceiling connection. Like you can place it anywhere you can place a ceiling, but the problem with that is that then you can't place a ceiling under it. So you couldn't place a ceiling right here because this thing's already taking up the connection. Because each connection can only have one piece assigned to it. I think we could do that where we just add a new connection point. We have center connection. I'm trying to remember what that is for. Let's think. Right now you can do that, which is pretty funky. Don't forget about yesterday where you said you want to build below foundations. What exactly was I saying on that? Because I know I want to do where foundations can't be placed unless touching ground, because I don't want them to be floating. Also can build below. Yeah, I do want to be able to build below. Which that's not too big of a deal. That's just creating more connection points on the foundations. Oops. At some point I'll be doing... What I'm wondering here is where did those connect? Because the ceiling connections all work. Oh, they all connected on the middle ceilings. Ah, I see. What is this? My triangle ceilings are lower. Okay, that can be fixed. Where's our regular ceiling? Square ceiling is definitely 0.4. Okay. So triangle ceiling, these should all be 0.41. Okay. So I think right now, I probably, for the wood angled roof, I should probably take it off of being a ceiling and instead make it its own connection. Because I do want you to be able to place your own ceilings like directly under them. Yeah. So this will be just angled roof, I guess. It seems a little bit annoying to do this for just one type. Whoops, that's 6, 7. All right, what do we got now? So now we need to go to our triangle ceiling. Let's not even worry about the triangle ceiling yet. Square ceiling definitely needs it. This one will be roof connection. Why am I not getting my angled roof connection? Reload current project, maybe? By the way, we got an ad coming up in 3 minutes, just a heads up. Okay, angled roof connection. So square ceiling has that. Roof connection 2. I might just copy these over to my foundations. Even though it does seem a little weird to have roof connections on these, I think it's fine. Okay, that is now that. And then we have roof. The resource needs to be type angled roof. Okay, ad starting in 2 minutes. Now, we need our walls and our connection 2 and yep, okay. We're gonna call this one roof connection. Because these are specifically just for roofs, then I am going to do it this way, where I rotate them. In fact, we should go to our ceiling. foundation. Okay, not bad. And then we just need our, so we have walls already. So we can just grab these. Control C, go to doorway. Paste those, sick. Then we can go to window. Hopefully we don't have to do too much new connection creation in general. Okay, if I go to base builder, we've got wood angled roof. Is rotatable, sick. Type angled roof, okay. Let's give this a shot. See what we find. I haven't done anything with the triangle stuff yet, although we will eventually have to do that. Now, there are going to be some issues when you have different connections from different walls like this that intersect. Oh. Yeah, okay. It changed places. Okay, so like on these, it's showing that way. And on this one, it's showing that way. Why is this one showing that way? And same with that. Either way, you can do this. Okay, and then we go to our ceiling. Make sure this still works. Yep, nice. Okay, so we can still put a ceiling up here and then have like a little loft. Okay, and you can still do that to like get up if you needed. And you can do random weird stuff like that too. Which honestly, I think is kind of fine in this game. People can be creative. This is already starting to look pretty good, though. Let's go ahead and go to our forest real quick. One thing. Don't want it quite so bright. It's still pretty bright. Okay, now we just need these little gable portions. And then I want, maybe we should work on like placeables and stuff so then we can get some fires going. But this is already pretty nice. Okay, this we're going to rotate around the Z by 90. Whoops. We need to do a save as, and we're going to do roof angled wall, or wood angled wall. Okay, and now we do a rotate around the Z by 90. Okay. Monochroma, what's up? How's the progress? Pretty good right now. We're building out a lot more components currently. Okay, let's snap that to grid. Snap that to grid. It's nice. I'm excited to see more. I'll show you real quick. We have angled roofs working. Mostly. So I can build blip. I added in wood windows. Doorways I think were there last time already. Floors. Oh, right now it's under stairs for some reason. But we can now do this. It's a little bit off, like it doesn't, you have to rotate a lot. But I don't necessarily mind that. But now, what we're gonna try to do is work in these little half walls. The angled half walls. And then once those are in place, I'll see what else I'm gonna do. Oh, I just noticed this. Not a fan of having these sticking out. So maybe we need to make these more, they can't be just 45-degree angles. Pretty good, I'd say. Nice looking cabin in the woods. Yeah, it's getting there. course, the important part in this game is that I want you to be able to do a lot of intricate, cool building stuff in the trees, on cliffs, and really just make yourself like a really cool lodge, especially like on a big tree or something. So we'll need to do some work with our assets, actually build some real trees, because these are all just downloaded ones. But what we're working on right now is, instead of doing that, making it so you can actually place half walls there. So, okay, something like that should work. Okay, now we can take some planks from here and just stack them vertically, I guess. That works. Now we're going to make this a little thinner. Okay. Not bad. Okay. We've got our boards. Got our frame. Different colors. Nice. Okay, let's give this a shot. Oops. Create new scene. Angled wall. Okay. Change type to base build component. And then we can take this, instantiate it. This won't really need any connections, I don't think. So it's pretty much good to go as is. Component type wall. Let's just turn on physics. Yeah. Good. New scene. Angled wall preview. Oh. Wood angled wall preview. This is in previews. This can be changed. Change the name because we need good naming. Okay, wood angled wall. Okay. Wood angled wall preview is right here. We're going to change this type to preview, component preview. We're going to go in here, we're going to copy this. Paste it. Delete these. Go here. Go to our mesh. Surface 1 and Surface 2 need to be shader materials. And then this needs to be quick load preview shader. Okay, and then blip. Now, wood angled wall is of type wall. Perfect. Now we need a resource for it. So it's not like too crazy long of a thing to make these new components, but it's still not fast, but there's, you know, it's kind of hard to make a scalable system that's really fast. I think this is about as fast as I can get the process. DS component resource. This one is going to be wood angled wall. Save. Boom. Let's go to our wood angled wall. It is of type wall. Scene. Wood angled wall.tscn preview scene. Angled. Wood angled wall preview. Menu icon. Quick load. Let's do that again. Is rotatable. Rotation degrees 180. We have wood angled roof. Oh, we haven't added this. Add it to our guy here. Wood angled wall. Okay, we have wood angled wall now. Let's see how it looks. Where does it pop up? Under walls. Okay. We need to change this because it's incorrect. Nice. Okay. Looks so nice and cozy. Thanks. Yeah, that's the plan. We need to get it cozy. In fact, one thing I want to do is start adding in like fireplace and all that sooner rather than later, so then we can start getting some of the vibes. One thing I'm going to do, let's see, I need to copy over. I'm going to open up a new Godot window so then I can copy over from this. Let's do a create a new folder called Placeables. Fire pit. And we're just going to copy over from our other project, Campfire. Let me pull it up. Dark Forest Assets 3D. New folder called Resources. Copy that. Paste that. And then I wonder, can I pull these over easily or no? Like these things. Like, what happens if I just do this? Can I just paste into this? No. Well, what we will do is we will just kind of manually do it. Okay, there's some logs. So I have heat 1, emitting 25. Sphere mesh. So we need a sphere mesh here. Point 0.3, height 0.6. Point 0.3, height 0.6. Let's do because we don't need these to be very big. Need a material, standard material, transparency, alpha add. Albedo, some sort of orange. Okay. Emission. That's pretty good. Okay, nothing else there in the draw pass as far as I can see. Yeah. Process material. Position. Spawn, position. Sphere. Velocity. Spread can be 13.9, somewhere around there. Okay. Velocity has 3 changes. Min and more. Max. Okay. 2 and 4. Oh. -4? -2. -2. Okay, accelerations. We've got gravity needs to be 0. Radial acceleration, -6 and 2. Tangential, basically 2 and 2. Display scale 0.2, 1.5. -1 and 1. Okay, cool. Velocity has 3 changes. Direction Y, 1. Acceleration's 3. Display is 2. Time drawing trails. Time drawing collision trails. Geometry, we can do some of this stuff. Cast shadow off. -10, 20, -10, 20, -10, 20. Why is this so different? Okay, particle flags. We have spawn 4 changes, accelerations 3, 2. Why is this all going this way? This says 2 and 4 is initial velocity. Direction Y1. Oh, because this is still doing... Okay. There we go. Okay, this is looking pretty good. Now we can go back to this and see we have sparks, which is basically the same thing but just smaller, I think. And then smoke, which is basically the same thing. Make unique. Okay. Oh, the material needs to be unique as well. Okay, now this needs to have more. Make unique. Because that just updated all of these. Lunchbox, what's up, man? Okay. Okay, now we need one. Make unique. Make unique. Make unique. So this is black, but then alpha add. And then no emission. Okay, that looks like bubbles. So how did we do this? Okay, let's look at everything. In this one, I've got 2 and 1. This has 2, 1 shading. Okay. Unshaded. Then we have albedo. Now we can't see this. Why can we not see it? Campfire has alpha add, shading unshaded, albedo. Okay. Cool. Why is mine like this? It just shows nothing there. So transparency 2 changes that and that and that. That's all we've got. Cast shadow off. Smaller particles. This I can definitely make. Is it display scale? Yeah, more like that. I think these also need to be unshaded. Okay, yes, but then the color needs to be a lot better. Oh, unshaded takes away the albedo, or the emission. Okay. Let's do like 4 there. Heat needs to be the spawn. We could do we can still do bigger ones, but then scale over velocity. Accelerations, gravity, radial. Okay, I think this is, it's getting there. It's just kind of annoying to work this smoke. I'm not really sure what's going on. Because it doesn't show up here. Transparency, shading, albedo. Transparency, shading, albedo. Should be alpha, add. Shading, unshaded, albedo. Four changes, 3 changes, 1, 1, 1. That's just that. Okay, fire pit. Campfire has hue variations. 1. Scale over velocity, scale 0.2 to 2. Okay, we got an ad starting in 2 minutes. Why does this just not show up? Okay, campfire has 3 changes. 3, 4, 3, 3, 1. Okay. It's got to be a material thing. Okay, now it's showing up. Hey! RJL, thank you for the raid. Let me snooze this ad. Appreciate you, brother. How was the stream that I missed, or the last part of the stream? Okay, I can't get any smoke out of this for some reason. So campfire here, this smoke just works. Everything looks the same to me. Transparency, alpha, add, back, opaque only, no depth test. Shading, unshaded. Shading, unshaded. Per vertex. Per pixel. Unshaded, it disappears. Unless it's my albedo. Oh, it is. It needs to have just a little bit. Okay. Sweet. Well, for anyone who is new here, thank you for stopping by. Thank you, RJL. Darth Bleckman, good to see you, brother. Finish some animations. Nice. Okay, I'll show you what we got going on right now. Let's do like 10 of these. And we should probably adjust the scale. Let's do 1. And for the heat, we could probably do like 12 on these guys. I'll just toss one of these fire pits in here just to have it. Just to have some cool little bit of light. Let's change this Omni light to be up a little. Okay, it's not perfect, but we will get there on the fireplace side of things. Oh, it looks pretty cozy already. Oh, that's not bad. We will work on it and improve it over time. Anyway, we should also add some sound effects and stuff in at some point. But we've got base building. And it's coming along pretty good, actually. Doorway, wall. Oops. I need to add actual doors. We can do a wood window. Wall there. We can do a stairway blip that goes up. We can also do these roofs now. And we can do our angled walls. And boom. And then, you know, I can add a little loft up here. Should add some more different types of stairways. But now we've got a little cozy cabin. It says an ad starting in 3 minutes, so I'm going to snooze that one more time. This has the base building, yep. Yeah, so I'm using my... Here, let me close out of this. I'm using my base building plugin and kind of expanding on it now. Oh, I should try to get that campfire looking like really good. But this is our cozy forest survival game where it's not really too much into the survival side and a lot more just into the cozy base building sort of deal. And, you know, expanding and exploring and there we go. Now we got our little cabin. It's not bad. I need to get on the placeables next, where you can place things like this campfire or something. You know, I want you to be able to place down your tables, your boxes, all of that, and start building your home out. Because decorating is actually going to be a pretty big part of this. But it's coming along pretty good. This is a couple days progress. Obviously, I'm using some free assets in the trees and stuff just for the vibe, but I'm going to make my own. And then I'm pulling a lot from other projects, so... But that's the nice thing about having already built all of these things before, is that I can build on it really fast. So, this campfire... I think we need a little more orange here. And I think maybe the, what is it? Accelerations. Velocity going up, spread. Maybe we just need the spawn position to be a little bit more tight. Sparks. Accelerations. We do that, and then the velocity spread here can be like 8, max 2.5. Still kind of crazy though. Let's do like -1. Okay, now we've got an ad in 2 minutes, just a heads up. Yeah, that's not bad. For now, of course. Fairly cozy. Let's, real quick. This isn't our final terrain, of course, but we have this. Okay, so we have this roughness texture. We could do a metallic texture, I guess. Let's see what this does. Just to give it a little bit of... Doesn't really seem like it did anything. Oh, I'm getting some light seepage through there. Everything just seems shinier now. Hey, Darth. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, man. Okay, we got an ad running. How did I do this again? Okay, now it's like blue. I just want a little bit of texture on the ground. Why is this blue? Okay, now it's green. Is there any real difference right now? Okay, so I just need to up the frequency. Okay, let's see how this is. This is with a lot higher lighting. Still looks a little wonky, especially with the like fire and lighting. But at least there is some difference in color to it. Plus, we will have real grass at some point here. That's pretty cozy there. Trees must be at least somewhat green since the floor is green. These are kind of like, I mean, obviously these are placeholders. But I actually don't really want that level of green for the ground. I want more that kind of green, I'm thinking. Yeah. That fits a little bit better. Maybe. Did it change? It almost doesn't seem. It's also a little bit hard to tell because of I have a light on the player. So when you get closer, you see the green of the trees more. I do like the look of that fire. Like it, especially in the distance, it's looking good. The smoke is getting kind of dragged down. Let's do this. Where is our accelerations? Radial. We've got -7. Let's do 2. Or -2. Not bad. Yeah, that's starting to come together. I am noticing no outlines on these logs, which means we need some surface material overrides. That's brown and then support. Yeah. this. Quick load. This. See how it looks. Might just need to come up with some new materials for that, but all right. Now we've got some outlines. That's kind of an issue I've been running into with, Blender stuff. Not getting outlines. Oh, we can't deconstruct these. We need to fix that. Wood angled wall needs a connection. Instantiate connection. Add an element. Deconstruct. That will be right there. Okay. Good. All right. I'm gonna go make some coffee. Then I will be back. Okay. Back. Let me throw on my hoodie. It's getting chilly. Okay, so what are the things I want to do? I think we already have things like boxes. Yeah, we do. So this is the fire pit scene. What we can do is we already have like current tool. How are we going to do pickups? Because we have interact to like pick things up, like an item that's loose on the ground. But what I'm trying to think about is if you place something like a table or something, how do you pick it up again? Maybe for now we just do like F or something. Toggle build menu we don't need anymore, right? Let's right click. Pick up. So E is interact. Okay. Oh, let's get some music going again. So we have things like current focused interactable, right? Yeah, we have interactables. Item detect area entered, item detect area exited. Body entered, body exited. So we're just doing the item detect for this. Okay, if area is interactable, then we do that. And we just add an interactable to whatever it is. So I think we can just do interactable on this fire pit. This fire pit, do we have like a placeable? We have placeables. What do we have? Example. So DS inventory light has item scene, scripts. box, box.gd. And it has interactable on it, and it has an inventory on it. And I think how it's currently set up is just, so interact. Oh, we need to find this in our input actions. So, if current focused item does not equal null, elif, we do this, secondary inventory equals null, then we pick that up. Otherwise, we toggle inventory false. So if we press E again, then we close the inventory. So we're not even doing like any real checks. We're basically just saying, like, if there's an item there, then do this. If not, open an inventory. So maybe we need to do something like on our interactable, we have an interactable type. Yeah, we could do something like that. Let me grab my coffee. Excuse me, I also needed to stuff my face full of cheese because they have really good cheese here in Finland. And so I just saw it in the fridge and I just had to fill my face real quick. Okay, so let's go to our interactables. Now, how do we want to do this? I feel you, yeah. Dude, the Finnish cheese is great. I think it's Ultermans. It's so good. Oh, man. I'm a huge cheese fan. Love me some cheese. I've also, my diet out here consists mostly of cheese and meatballs because I am diabetic and I don't want to take insulin. So I just eat so much meat and cheese. It's great. Okay, maybe we do an enum, kind of like we were doing before. It's a little bit annoying, but... Type. thinking like menu, toggle. Maybe something like this. Let me think about this. So you walk up to a box. All of these will need to be able to be picked up. I guess loose item. Or just maybe item. Okay, so most of these are just gonna be items, but like fire pit. This would be a toggle item because you turn it on and off, right? So if you interact with this, then it just turns it on or off. A box like this needs to be type inventory because it opens an inventory. Then there's type menu, which would be for things like a crafting table or something. Let's add a box in and see what it does with this hotbar, because I forgot that that also applies to these. So let's go to forest. Let's go next to the player. Okay, it doesn't seem like it messes anything up. Okay, nice. So now these interactables, they need that means that whatever scene these are, these need to have like this box, if you're gonna pick it up. Maybe we do need placeables as well. Okay, so we do something like this. Our box is just a node 3D, so we can change it to placeable now. Now the interactable has the type. Handle pickup. This needs an export var interactable. So like for this, the interactable needs to be the interactable blop. Maybe we don't want this in here. Maybe we want it in here. Type. Box needs inventory. Fire pit is going to need... Oh, fire pit doesn't have a... Extends. Placeable. Oh. Get out of that. We go to placeable. Placeable is going to always have interactable type. None is just when you only want to pick it up. Should a placeable have an inventory? Even if it doesn't have an inventory. Should all placeables have a reference to an inventory? I think they might. Just in case. Because a lot of them will have inventories. So like fire pit inventory is going to be, well, it will have an inventory. This actually does need an inventory. This doesn't really need to be a class. But okay, we have placeables. Placeables have inventories because a lot of them will. A lot of them won't, but we can just always check the type. Ooh. If this is a toggle, you know what? Fire pit doesn't need an inventory unless we really want to be like Rust, where you put logs in, put wood in. But I kind of almost don't really care if they have an inventory. Let's just keep them as a toggle. So then we can do if type is equal to interactable type dot inventory. I guess we could just do match type. This is a good spot for a match. How many do we have? 5. Okay, item. Interactable type item. Oh, we don't need item in there anymore. Because items are being dealt with separately. Items are when you have it in your inventory or drop it on the ground, but it isn't placed. So this will be the item. There shouldn't be any quantity issues because if you place something, it should only place one. I can't think of any other time it would need to have a quantity. Let's go to our inventory. Is inventory empty? In inventory, if let's do inventory dot size. If is slot empty I, So if not is slot empty, okay. So placeable here, we can do inventory. If inventory dot is inventory empty is equal to true, then let's do this queue free. Okay, now let's just go to the player. So current focused item does not equal null, then we do that. Current focused interactable does not equal null, and player secondary inventory equals null. So that's for interact. Okay. If input dot is action just pressed, player dot current focused interactable does not equal null. Let's see if this works. Broke. Is inventory empty in base null? Box. Inventory. We need to assign the inventory. Boom. But I got to the right place. Okay. Queued free. Nice. Now, obviously, we'll want this like rust where it like has a little progress bar on picking it up. Let's try it with something in the inventory. Whoops. Okay, can't pick it up. Then I do this, I pick it up. Okay, sick. So, placeable. So if the interactable type is inventory and it's empty, then, well, let's try this with the fire pit. Now, this is actually going to be... because this is in handle pickup. Handle action. We'll actually have maybe something like that. But it might be on each individual thing. So for now, we'll go do this. Fire pit is currently a type toggle. What did we call this? Fire pit toggle placement. Okay. Let's see if this works. We have to override that. Okay. It does work. So basically we just need to we need to override these things. Maybe we don't need to have different ones. Maybe we just have handle actions. In your interactables. Whoops. Handle action. Do something like that. Is that scalable? I don't know. Need to get rid of that. Okay. There's no like on and off with these, right? We can just do visible and light dot visible Okay. Now, one thing. It says for more accurate light, do 2. That looks nice. Yeah, I think that's better. Okay. What was I going to do? Oh, flickering. How do I do a good flicker effect? One sec. By the way, if you want to keep up with the stream, keep up with the progress, all of that, you can always drop a subscribe on YouTube or a follow on Twitch. Okay, let's figure out how to do this. Okay, I'm seeing one on how to do it with a noise texture. This might be way too much. We'll see here. Var sampled noise equals noise. Oh, we got an ad starting in 3 minutes on Twitch. Just heads up. So noise dot get noise 1D time passed. Okay, that's cool. Sample noise has no guess just do that. Oh, it's a float. Sampled noise equals the absolute value of sampled noise, or sample noise. And then light energy equals sampled noise. Sample noise. Let's see how this looks. So the light is pretty low. Okay, we got flickering. So that's 2. That's what it was at the base. So what we could do is export var base light energy. It is flickering, but it's not flickering much.
Today we're going to be working on...
Oh. This is always fun when you just come across one of your buddies' YouTube video. This was on Reddit that I found this thing. And then it turns out it's JD Does
making
Dev.
a really quick little flickering light.
Go subscribe to JD Does Dev.
All right, when we open up Godot, first thing we're going to do is make sure we're in 3D, go to a new 3D scene, enter, that can be changed to whatever size you want, but let's not worry about that right now. What we are going to do is I'm going to add in a mesh instance. So now we have the save scene, and we have plus equals delta. Essentially, what we're doing with the light here is we're going to have
already done
our
all
script evaluate the noise. So now that we have that, we go back to our script here. Save that. I'm going to run it. We're not going to see a whole lot of anything other than here. So you can see it's bouncing around.
This, or did I just like it?
Right? It's going between negative and positive. We don't want negative because you know what number or what color comes below.
Come on.
000? Nothing at all. So in order to get around that, we're going to use a function for our absolute value. So sample noise now equals, instead of our light energy, equals based on the color of the pixel that we're moving on here. Let's save that. If we go back to 3D, not doing anything yet. There's one more thing that we need to do in order to test this out. So it's not necessary for really anything other than this, but we need a camera 3D. That way we can at least see what's happening. Right.
One thing I could do, because I want to kind of speed up the flickers. Obviously, I can change the frequency. Now it is, I guess it is flickering faster, but I want it to be... Okay, it's doing 2.1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2. It's just very little. Okay, now the flicker is a lot more. Okay. There we go. Very nice. Having that print in there does help. Okay. Placeable system is in progress. Okay, now... One second here. Let's see. I need to figure out what time I have to do phone call. Between 8 and 11 is... Okay. Okay, so that looks good. Placeables. What do we need to do? toggle, handle action, blah, blah, blah. If it is type inventory, this is for pickup. Okay, then what we need to do in our player, let's get rid of these. Handle pickup. We're going to pass ourself in. We're just going to say player. Okay. This can go back to pass. Okay, so this isn't going to be used in a lot of things, but I think we want to pass it in the handle action or the handle pickup. So handle pickup, interact. So if then we can get rid of some of this stuff and we can call it from whatever is trying to open it. So I could even try this. If or elif player dot current focused interactable is not equal null. So this is handle pickup, this is handle action. So on handle action, we just toggle. In the placeable, we have handle action. Hopefully this is a decent way of doing it. I don't know. Okay, let's think about this. We've got in our input actions, we have all of this. We can literally just copy this in here. This is class name box. We might want to do something like class name storage or something. Let's see if this works or if things break. Okay, I press E and it opens that. Press F and it deletes that. We still get that for some reason. I come over here, press E, it turns it off. Press E, does that. Turn it off. If I press F, it does nothing because we don't have that being deleted. Because it is a type toggle. So now we can do the actual like inventory thing. We're gonna do else print as items, something like that. So now we can go to the box. We need to create a new item. Items. Placeables. Storage. Create a new resource item. This is going to be called small box. Save that. Go in here, open this up. Equipable, yes. Small box. Copy path. Okay, we have an item for that now. Let's go to the forest and add some items. Reload our project and see if it changed. Okay, nice. Now I tried to Hmm. Okay, so we can't just do that. Because tool needs to be there. I do kind of want it to show up in your hand. Set current tool, we do all this. Tool equals new tool path dot instantiate. Is set current tool set to tool. Okay, so that doesn't quite work. We're gonna have to figure out a better way. How do I do this? Do I just not make it a tool in your hand? Do we have like equipable? No. Okay, good. But we have placeables. Maybe equipables or placeables need to extend from tool. Maybe we call this equipable. which means that our placeable needs to extend equipable. Interactable type needs to be that. Interactable type. This is so I'm doing all this so then I don't have to make extra scenes just for when they're in your hands. Something like active. We'll say that it's true unless you put it in your hand. Or we could do something like function and function deploy. Current tool dot. Okay, let's see what happens. Broke. Okay. Fly backwards. Oh, still fly backwards. So this is where we will need to have collision figured out first. Let's make it so it doesn't use collision. Then let's. It's kind of another thing that we need to. Static body 3D that we need to keep track of, which is kind of annoying. Add to hand does okay, so we'll always need to have this there, which is kind of fine, I guess. We could do like if has node node path, but is node. Okay, I don't know if that how to do that, but we're just gonna do it like this. How do we do this? Collision. I'm thinking here. Get children. For we'll do shape dot or disabled. This is probably pretty bad. Broke. On a null value. Oh, because it's... Hasn't been created yet. I mean, we could just do... But what happens with our, like, hammer? It does not have a shape, collision shape. I want to just be able to disable this. Let's take a look. Disable static body 3D Godot. So I can get the collision shape and disable that, but I'm trying to figure out how to do this so I don't have to do weird things for every... How did I do it in... the other game? I'm trying to remember. I mean, maybe I just do this and we just deal with it later. This is implaceable. Okay. Collision shape 3D dot disabled equals true. Here we do false. Let's try it. Broken. Bool on type nil. Change tool, I. Add child, new tool. We do add to hand. So we can run this function, we just can't. We just can't disable the collision shape for some reason. Why? Why? The reason I don't want to just automatically have collision disabled is because when things are already placed in the world, they should have, like when you load a game, it should just automatically have collision. When you've already placed things in your previous save. I'm jumping from one bug fix to the other while trying to build out this system. It's fine though. Okay. We have active. So that's 32. Layer 6. Let's see if this breaks it. Yes. Why does this not break it? Let's turn that off. Okay, now it's there. Okay, so I can have it in my hand. Do we just not put collision on these and then put them on later when they're deployed? But that seems like a whole bunch of work too. I don't understand why it can do this, but it can't do the static body. Maybe we can do this. I wonder if it has to do with the exporting of variables. Because then we can just check. If it's null, then we do this, but if not. We'll see. Okay. Nice. Pick up. Okay. Inventory is empty. Okay. Why is my fire pit thinking it's an inventory? Why are these things getting reset? I feel like I've already set these things, but... Let's quick load that into there. No, we need an actual fireplace. Or the fire pit needs its own item. New item. Actually, I think I need to do this here. Lights. Item. Because we don't have a mesh for this. Okay, we're going to do that for now. Set the default value there. Okay. Item.